Okay, so we are live. It is working. Okay. Never done this before, so I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's see. Let me do this here. And we'll get this going. And I'll get started here in just a minute. Make that public. And we will get that going. We're just about ready. Okay, we are good to go on there. So basically today, we're just going to rank every word that ends in ography. There is, according to this website, about 745 of them. When I came up with this idea, I thought there was going to be less, but that's fine. We'll go through the whole thing. Now, I don't have 745 on this list, just to be perfectly candid with you. First of all, when it comes to the 745, I took things like this geography and this geography, where they're very obviously the same word, and I didn't double up on them at all. And then zoography and zoography. There's a couple instances where I did that just to avoid duplication. I do think that there might be some duplication in here. So I do have word jail as one of the options for the ranking. And that's basically for duplicate words or words that frankly just should not and do not need to exist. Otherwise, I spent a couple of days trying to find a tier making program that would let me upload over 700 pictures, and I couldn't do it. So this one that I found is limited to 600. So I put about 550 or something on this one. And then I have a second tab here that we can switch over that has the remaining words as soon as we get to those. So I am going to do all of them. It's unfortunately not going to be able to fit all on one, but we'll do whatever we can to make it work here. So I'm hoping that this won't take too terribly long. Obviously, if we take about a minute per word, it will take me about 12 hours to finish this. Hoping we can cut that down and get it done in like 2 or 3 tops. I understand it's not going to be fast. It's going to take a while because there's just a lot of words. But I think I'm going to stop talking. We're just going to kind of go into it. Oh, but before I do, I wanted to quickly run over my 5 kind of criteria on what I'm going to be judging things on: relevancy, definition, pronounceability, usability, and existence. So relevancy is basically, in my mind, how, I guess, relevant is it to everyday life. So obviously, if we're talking about vinography, just in general, the layman doesn't talk about vinography very much, but if you use a venogram for your job, it's going to be a lot more relevant to you. So I'm just talking in general, how relevant is it to people. The definition, obviously, we're gonna base it off of what the word actually means. Pronounceability, the early on ones like biography and geography and stuff like that, I'm not too worried about. But when you get down here to the longer words, that run near 16, 17, 18 letters long, at some point you have to wonder why. Why is there a reason that it's that long? So the next one, usability. How likely are you to be able to just use it as a word? Once again, I think that's going to come down to the shorter words versus the longer words. Biography is a lot easier word to use than fluororadiology or radiography in a sentence. So this might be unfairly skewed to the longer words, but I think it makes more sense to do it. And then just plain existence, like I was talking about with word jail. Is there a need for this word to exist? Or could we just simply use a different word to replace it, a simpler word? So that's kind of my criteria. Obviously, this is going to be based off of my judgment. But as far as I'm aware, there is not any currently, there's no current list of words ending in ography and how they rank against each other. So I can confidently say this is the definitive list of all of the words ending in ography. So to kind of go through the list here, the best of the best, the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, we have topography. So topography is a word, and it doesn't necessarily fit in a topography category. We'll get to that in a second here. The next one is pretty ography. That would not pass the pronounceability test. But it is the next level down. And then we have the classic B tier. That's sort of a middle ground. It's all right. Overrated and underhated. I think it kind of speaks for itself. And then we have more like suckraphy, LOL 420, ha ha ha. So if we need to add another one in here, we definitely can. But this is a good starting point, I think. So I need to just kind of stop doing this and just get going with it, because like I said, this is gonna take a while. So let's honestly get into this a little bit here. Okay. So we're just going to start off right at the top here with biography, which I already have loaded up. And I'm going to be looking up the definition of all of these words. One, it makes me seem, you can't tell if I know the word or if I don't know the word already, so I don't come off as too cocky or smart, and I don't come off as too dumb if I should know a word or someone thinks I should know a word. So we're just gonna go with that. And then just to be honest, I want to make sure, like, I'll be clear, I know what a biography is, but I want the actual definition of it and not what my understanding of it is. So it can help kind of clarify how we're going to rank it. So biography is an account of someone's life written by someone else. In general, a biography can be good. I'm pretty good. I'm going to put it here at the prettyography, because I don't think it's a topography, because honestly biographies can be a little bit boring, but they are helpful. They are good to have around, and there are entertaining ones for sure. They're not all boring. So next we're going to go with ecography. Ecograph. Okay, ecography is medical examination of the internal structures of the body by means of ultrasound. Okay, so I am going to mark that one down a little bit, because that's like the pregnancy thing, right? But they can just call it an ultrasound, and they do. So honestly, I'm gonna mark that down a little bit. It's still good. It's not a bad ography by any means, but it's nowhere near the top on that one. So geography here is the study of the physical features of the Earth and its atmosphere, and of human activity as it affects and is affected by these, including the distribution of populations and resources, land use, and industries. So geography, I gotta give it points for basically having its own area in schools. You know, biography and ecography don't have its own subject area, but geography is important enough where they've decided, you know what, yes, we want people to know where things are. So I think I'm going to give this one a topography. And I personally think it's important to know where things are in the world, and just in general, not even on a macroscopic scale of the world. You can go even more micro than that and say, what's the geography of my town, or what's the geography of my city or street or state or country. It's good to know this stuff. So that's a pretty high ranking ography on that one. All right. The next one is isography. And that is an instrument consisting of two short straight edges connected by a large circular joint marked with angular degrees that combines the functions of a protractor and a set square. Okay, so it's just two things put together. So, I mean, it's pretty bad. I get that it could be helpful. You don't have to have both of them, but already nobody's using a protractor for anything. Maybe if you're in some sort of construction, or if you're in a math class. That's it. That's the only time you're using a protractor. So that one's pretty bad. We're gonna go bottom on that one there. Muography here. Ooh, this one doesn't have a definition. We're going to have to go into Wikipedia on this one. Muography is an imaging technique that produces a projectional image of a target volume by recording elementary particles called muons, either electronically or chemically, with materials that are sensitive to charged particles such as nuclear emulsions. Okay. Muography utilizes muons by tracking the number of muons that passes through the target volume to determine the density of the inaccessible internal structure. Muography is a technique similar to principle to radiography, but capable of surveying much larger objects. Okay. So this is a bigger scale X-ray is basically what it is. That's not bad. But it's just it doesn't seem very common. Kilometer-sized objects, so it's like very, very big scale on that one. I will. Ooh, this is a tough one. This is the first one I have to actually think about. I can't just drop it and know where it's going to go immediately. Muography, I think we are going to put in... I think we just have to drop it in B tier, if I'm being honest. We can always move it later if we need to. Define myography. Ooh, this is another one that doesn't have. We're just going to go to the myograph. Wikipedia. Myograph is any device used to measure the force produced by a muscle when under contraction, such as a device in commonly used myography, the study of velocity and intensity of muscular contraction. A myograph can take several forms. Tubular structures such as blood vessels. These include a pressure myograph. Okay. Ooh, this is pretty important in the medical industry, but I think I'm gonna have to rank this one down. I think we're gonna go with overrated and underrated, and it's gonna be worse than ecography, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be worse than ecography. Yeah, that's where it's gonna go. All right, neography here. A new system or method of writing or spelling. Yeah, that's going in that one. There's something I want to just check here quick. Okay, we are good. Yeah, neography, easily the worst one I've seen so far. I mean, I get why I get why it's a word. It's not like it shouldn't be a word. It's describing something. It's describing something, you know, not a new language, but a new method of writing. So I don't know if that can encompass, you know, because obviously you have like Japanese and Chinese and Korean are different forms of writing. I don't know if it is talking about that specifically or if it's also encompassing like handprint, calligraphy, cursive is a different method of writing on that one. But either way, I'm going to mark it down on there. There's no need to dwell on that one. Orography, the branch of physical geography dealing with mountains. So that's very specific to mountains. So this is a little weird because geography is top tier. It's one of the better ographies. But the geography specifically of mountains, it can be important to know that. But it's significantly less important on a day-to-day impact. It's important if you are hiking or mountain climbing or doing any sort of expedition or something like that. But just day-to-day, not super important. I'm going to drop it right. It's going to be above ecography here if I can do that. There we go. Okay. Otography. So we just got to change one letter here. Let's see how much one letter can change the word. The science of the ear. Okay. Part or all of this entry has been important. No one cares. That's it. That's all we got. B tier. All right, urography. This is going to be P. Nope. Another term for pylography. Let's see what that is. Oop. Let's see what that one is. An X-ray for producing an image of the renal, pelvis, and urinary tract. So I was right, it is about pee. By the introduction of a radiopec fluid. Okay, honestly, we're not judging pylography. It does end in ography, so we will come back to it at some point, I'm sure. But as far as urography goes, another term for pylography? What? That's all we get off of that? That's our first word that's going to word jail. That word does not need to exist. Just at all. The definition of this word is it means the same thing as another word. Does not need to exist. We're dumping that one. Get out of here. At least pylography had a definition. It didn't say another term for urography. Alright, we're going with zoography. The branch of zoology concerned with the description of animals. Concerned with the description of animals, their habits, etc., their forms, their characteristics. That can be important if you're into biology, animal biology specifically. I guess zoology is the term for that. So we are going to... Ooh, I'm going to drop this... It's... Because you can just talk about... You can just use zoology as a word. It's just the study of animals. This is just describing the animals that you studied. So I'm going to drop it in B tier. It's a good word, but it's not the best. I'm going to put this between muography and otography on there. Okay, so that is it for the words that have 9 letters. So now we're going to be moving on to 10 letters. I didn't mention this before, but I did color code them based off of how many letters they have in there. So now we are moving on to the words with 10 letters, and there's 62 of those. So let's go ahead and do that. As far as time goes, I think we're doing pretty good. But obviously we're not even close to done. Let's go ahead and go with acrography. Okay. Acrography, uncountable. A method of relief etching on wood, metal, or stone by means of a coating of compressed chalk. The art or technique of carving a wood block in relief. What is relief etching? I would like to look up. A method of etching in which the parts of the design that take the ink are raised above the surface of the plate rather than incised into the plate. Okay. So it comes out instead of digging into it. That makes sense. Relief etching is relieving it. By means of coating of compressed chalk. If I'm being totally honest, it seems kind of dumb a little bit. Just etch it into it. Who cares? Honestly, I'm going with... It is... well, it's not word jail. That's for sure. It's not as bad as urography. But... it's not as bad as isography either. You know what? No, because that's bad. I'm going to put it up here right after myography there. Because it's not like terrible. Like I don't have any hate towards it. But It's definitely not good. So let's do aerography now at this point. The description of the character of the upper atmosphere. Okay. The study of the air or atmosphere. Stenciling method in the visual arts. Yeah, this is kind of what I was thinking here, is it just sounds like people who study weather, which is good. I agree that that's good, but we could just use meteorology, and it's better than aerography, honestly. So I think, because meteorology is good, I'm going to drop it at the upper end of the B tier. Allography. Each of two or more alternative forms of a letter of an alphabet or other graphy. The capital, lowercase, italic, and other various handwritten forms of the letter A are allographs. Okay. I don't think that needed a word. I don't think really that needed a word. I'm gonna put it above isography. It's better than isography, but it's not very usable. I don't think, like, you're just gonna say capital A or italic A or lowercase a. You know, you're not gonna say, I don't want to change the allograph on that letter. You're not gonna do it. It's like, it makes sense that the word exists. You need something to describe what that means. That's why words are words. But it just doesn't seem like it's going to be used all that often. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab something to drink quick. Because we don't want to be too thirsty. So, where are we at here? Areography. That sounds really familiar. The surface of the planet of Mars. That's super hyper specific. The description of the physical features, such as the surface atmosphere, specifically of Mars. So it's geography of Mars. I mean, okay. Here's my thoughts, right? If we thought that, or I guess I should say if I thought that the geography of mountains wasn't terribly important, I'm going to say the geography of the mountains on Mars are going to be a little less important. I do appreciate, you know, all the astrological get out of there in space, astronomy, get away from Earth studies. It's good to know that stuff. Not very relevant. I'm going to say it's kind of cool a little bit to like look at it. Not very long because it's kind of, Mars is kind of boring. Like there's nothing going on there. But it's I'm hard pressed to. Well, I'm not going to put it in word jail. I'm just hovering it. I'm hard pressed to make anything worse than isography and neography. but I think protractors are better than Mars mountains. Like, give me information. Like, we found water on Mars. Okay. I guess that would technically be areography. But, like, that's it. I don't need any more information than that. I don't care to even fact check that. It's kind of cool, but, like, I don't care. Autography. Sorry, NASA. If you're watching this and you work at NASA, I'm sorry that I don't care. Autography in autobiography. Autobiography is not super uncommon as a word. Autography, I don't know that I've ever heard before. Maybe a couple of times. But if they mean the same thing, sorry, autography, word jail. You're gone. Get out of here. You don't deserve to exist. Axiography allows the three-dimensional study of condylar movements in the perspective of a diagnosis of craniomandibular dysfunctions and a real adjustment of the articulator. So this would be in the jaw. Okay. Well, it's for the three-dimensional study, so it's kind of X-ray-y of a condylar movement. Okay, I don't know what condylar means. Cone of a jaw. The process of the human mandible and some other species mandibles that ends in a condyle. Okay. Yeah, okay, so what is a condyle? A rounded protuberance at the end of some bones forming an articulation with another bone. Okay, we don't want to go down this rabbit hole. So, in the perspective of a diagnosis of craniomandibular dysfunctions, so if you have lockjaw, they would use an axiograph, right? I think that's what that means there. We're gonna put it there. We're gonna put it there. Cacography. Bad handwriting or spelling. That okay, cacography meant not incorrect spelling, but a bad system of spelling. The deliberate comic misspelling, a type of humor similar to malapropism. So cacography is intentional? No, I don't know. It's weird because that word doesn't need to exist, and look, it says it's archaic, out of use, nobody cares. I can't in good conscience put it in word jail, because like autography and urography, very obviously they just shouldn't exist as words. Cacography is at the very least defining something that doesn't otherwise have a word. So I can in good conscience put it in word jail, but I can in good conscience put it at the very bottom below neography. How does that make you feel, cacography? Probably not too good. We're going to go with cavography here. Angiography of the vena cava. Okay. So it's just specified angiography is what it sounds like. I don't know what angiography is. We'll look it up later. Well, I guess we can look it up now. just to give us a better, god dang, give us a better idea of this here. Examination by X-ray of blood or lymph vessels carried out after introduction of a radiopaque substance. Okay. Specifically of the vena cava. So, I mean, it's just, whoops, it's just angiography. It's just specific angiography, which I guess brings me to put it right here, because I don't care about the specific type of a different thing. Because if a bigger thing can encompass it, there's really no reason to get super specific unless it's too all-encompassing. But I don't know. I think that I put it where it deserves to be. Serography. The art of making characters or designs in or with wax. I need to see an image of this one. That is not. Maybe. What does that look like? Is that like a diorama? I don't know. I think there's better ways to do it than use wax. Maybe I'm wrong. And look, Google is trying to correct it as cartography. It's like, you did not mean to type serography, even though it's a word. Yeah, Google tells me all I need to know. Nobody cares about serography. I'm going to put that... I mean, at the very least, I'll put it above cavography. Cytography. Cytography. The art of writing or solving... Oh, that's cryptography. Is this not a word? Cytography. A graphical mapping of a cell. Why is it correcting it to cryptography? A physical description and mapping of the living cell. So this is like the cell membrane, the nucleus. The nucleus is the powerhouse of the cell. Variables that can be measured by a cytomographic method include cell size, cell count. I'm gonna put it here. Demography. Is this like the study of population? The study of statistics such as births, deaths, income, or the incidence of disease, which illustrate the changing structure of human populations. So that would be the what's it called? The 10-year, every 10 years population. It starts with a C. Census. The study of statistics. Okay. So it's just the demographics of a place. That's... I'm gonna put it here. Let me relook at axiography just to make sure. Did it just... It tried... I get that I spelled it wrong, but it tried to correct axiography to biography? I don't think so. I don't think so, Google. Oh, this is the mandible. Okay. Acrography. Etching wood. Oh yeah, this is better. This is large scale X-rays. No, that was muography. Oh my god. This is going to get really difficult when I have too many words on here, because I want to get them... I want to be good about how I rank them. I want to rank them properly. You know, this isn't a joke to me. I know I spend a lot of time cracking jokes and stuff like that, but this is serious stuff. If this is going to be the definitive list, I can't do it half-heartedly. I have to do it wholeheartedly. Okay. We're gonna move this we're gonna move this above myography. Ecography with 2. It keeps trying to correct it into the wrong word. It was pretty obvious what that one was supposed to be that I mistyped. Medical examination of the internal structure of the body by means of ultrasound. Yeah, I'll leave it there. What's next? Doxography. Doxography is a term used especially for the works of classical historians describing the points of view of past philosophers and scientists. A collector and compiler of extracts from it, and commentator on ancient Greek philosophers specifically. This is an interesting one. I personally am interested in the ancient philosophers, especially from Greece. But I don't want to get personal bias in on this ranking, so I do think it does have real world value, but to what extent? You know, you don't want to listen to everything someone said from 1,000 years ago. I would say, like, I want to put it above demography. Okay. Here's the deal. I am going to put this above muography, but I'm going to keep it in B tier, because I do think it's important to study. Maybe not like super doxographically intense, but I do think it's important to know at least the basics of it, more so than caring about, like, and I know I'm getting like a little off on the zoography, but like grasshoppers and praying mantises, like it's important to know about animals, I think, because we have to live with them. But how often do we interact with animals besides dogs, cats, hamsters, gerbils, snakes, fish, maybe any pets? We don't interact with too many animals. They kind of leave us alone, and we kind of leave them alone for the most part. Obviously there's exceptions to that. Ecography. So ecography, is this pronounced the same? I'll put my earbud in here. Is this pronounced the same as the other one? Because it's spelled different. And I get that it's probably different, but is it pronounced the same? Oh, there's no pronunciation thing on here. Okay, first thing I'm seeing is sonography or ultrasonography. Medical examination of the internal structures of the body by means of ultrasound. This is what we got with urography, right? Well, urography straight up just said different word, it means a different thing. But you can just use the word ultrasound. All right. Final answer. That's going there. Ethography. The scientific description of the customs of individual peoples and cultures. That's ethnography. We're on ethography. Is ethnography on here? Yeah, ethnography is on here. That's separate. Ethography, the description of moral and ethical systems. So this, I mean, this very loosely correlates with doxography, but not really. I mean, the description of moral and ethical systems. So that would be like studying the Hammurabic Code and stuff like that. I get that that's also kind of good to know. I'm gonna drop that one here. I feel like maybe I'm being really harsh because this list is very obviously skewed towards the downside on where I'm putting things. But hey, that's just the way it goes, I guess. Gigography. A comprehensive list of the gigs played by a musical band or artist. Nope. So I'm trying to be fair with this one. Just so everyone's aware, I don't listen to music. I couldn't care less about music. So my inherent reaction is that nobody cares about gigography. But I'm trying to be fair and look at it from an unbiased point of view. I get that it's not completely possible, but I'm going to try my best. A comprehensive list of the gigs played by a musical band or artist. But, I mean, does anybody actually care about that? It's good to know. It says played as in past tense, not will be played. So it's like, who's looking at past gigs? Let me get a more comprehensive definition of the word gigs. A job usually for a specified time. Okay, that didn't help me decide on anything. Oh, why is this the hardest one to... I think this is a suckography. Yeah. I'm put it down here. It's hard to get worse than neography and cacography, but because I could see the want for that maybe at some point, but like it's not like something people are super interested in constantly. I can't imagine. Gynography. Defined as radiography of the female genital organs that uses air or other gas that is injected intraperitoneally. So this is another instance of a word that is getting more specific on a general radiography. So I want to inherently mark it down for that. Because you can just say, you know, hey, I'm getting my uterus radiographed. You don't need to, like, where does gynography fit into that? Like, why is that? Okay, so I'm gonna put that. Honestly, I don't, because like there's some other words where this is the case that I can like appreciate, like the whatever one that was it's just angiography for the Venusena or whatever. Yeah, like I can see that. But gynography, like I just said, you can easily replace it with the word radiography, and I think you get the same effect off of it. So I'm going to drop it here. Holography. The study or production of holograms. I think holograms are cool. I think they've got a long ways to go. They're nowhere near what I think they could be. But then again, I think they do have a hard limit on where they can go to. Holography. I think it's, as far as relevancy goes, any movie that takes place like in the future or anything like that. Just the word hologram in general is widely known and widely, I guess not super widely used, but like I said, any movie taking place in the future or anything like that, I would say more often than not they would use holograms to, it kind of, holograms represent the future. So I'm gonna drop that in the bottom end of B tier, because I do think the relevancy factor helped that a little bit here. Obviously, the word holography, not super relevant, but the word hologram, which is what holography is. Holography is the production of holograms. So I think that's fair. And maybe you don't think that's fair. And that's fair. if you have any issues with what I say, you can let me know, and I will consider them. And if you are right, if you can make a good case for why I was wrong in the placement of some of these words, I will consider moving them. Because I like I said, so I spend a lot of time joking about things, most things, but I'm taking this very seriously, and this is a definitive list. So if you can make a proper case for why I put something in the wrong spot, I will gladly update it if I agree with you. You know, if you can convince me that I'm wrong, I will gladly update it. That way this is as accurate of a ranking list as we can get. Homography, one of two or more words spelled alike but different in meaning or derivation or pronunciation, such as the bow of a ship or a bow and arrow. So homography, I feel like there's another word for this. Homophone? Same pronunciation, but different meanings. This is words that are spelled alike, but different in meaning or pronunciation. Spelled alike, same pronunciation. So they are different. Okay. What is homonym? Having the same spelling or pronunciation, but different meanings. Okay. So I have to give it to them. Homonym and homophone, which are the two that you're kind of taught, I feel like, in English classes, are different. They're different than homographs. Oh, boy. I personally don't like homographs. I think it's a terrible way to use a language. But they are relevant. They are common in the English language. But as weird as it is, like, I've used the word homophone in talking with people. I've used the word homonym. I've never used the word homograph. And maybe I should. I think this has potential to be a usable word. I don't think it is currently used too widely, but I think it has potential to be a usable word. And because of that, I'm dropping it in B tier. It's just a matter of where. I think I'm gonna put it right at the top. It earned it, honestly. It earned it. Horography. The art of constructing timekeeping instruments such as watches and clocks. I think that's important. I think it's important to know the time. The art of constructing them. I mean, they have to be made. Time is important. Not as usable as I would like, but it is British English, and I'm not British, so maybe they use it more often. I don't know if that's true or not. An account of hours. The art of constructing. The art of constructing dials or instruments for indicating the hours. A closed curve traced on a sphere so that the radius vector from the center of sphere's origin is constantly parallel to the normal. I think this has to go in here. I think it's important. The only reason it's not at the top is I think usability is a little bit low. But I think it's important, so it's going pretty high. Ideography. Another term for ideogram. Okay. That's not looking too well. A written character symbolizing the idea of a thing without indicating the sounds used to say it. I mean, okay. Here's the deal. I think ideogram as a word would be kind of around here. Upper overrated, underrated to lower B tier. But ideography has to go to word jail. I hate to do it. Because an ideogram is a perfectly fine word. But I'm not ranking words that end in gram. So, ideography, I'm sorry, but you've hit the criteria of just pushing me to another word. Now we go with ideography. Relating to the study or discovery of particular scientific facts and processes as distinct from general laws. Relating or dealing with something concrete, individual, or unique. This is a tough one. Relating to the study or discovery of particular scientific facts and processes as distinct from general laws. I'm not too big of a fan, if I'm being honest. I'll drop it there. I'd like to check something quick. Just make sure everything is running smoothly. All right, we are good to go. What do we have next? Ideography. Ideography. I think I got too cocky early on, and I think this is going to take forever. We have a long ways to go. Jesus. I need to really pick up the steam. All right. Why does it keep correcting it to geography? Ideography. Ooh. This doesn't have a very easy definition to find. That doesn't bode well for it. Medical imaging of the ileum. the last part of the small intestine. It connects to the cecum. The ileum helps to further digest food coming from the stomach and other parts of the small intestine. I mean, no, I guess. I'll put it above isography, but I just want to move on. Infography. A visual image. The design and production of publications using personal computers with graphics capabilities. The design and production of publications using personal computers with graphics capabilities. Infographs are visually displayed pieces of information which include figures, facts, and statistics. I think infographs have been turned into a form of internet meme with like fake information or something that's like ha ha ha. I don't think they're used anymore for the purpose that they're supposed to widely on the internet. You know, in general, an infograph would be like a billboard. Which, in all honesty, nobody likes billboards, but I get why they exist. That's gonna go here. Chymography. I'm really trying to speed up a little bit and it's not working. A chymograph is a device that draws a graphical representation of spatial position over time in which a spatial axis represents time. That seems like something we need an image for. That didn't help. Let's read that one more time. A chymograph is a device that draws a graphical representation of spatial position over time in which a spatial axis represents time. But then if we look down here, it says a device which graphically records motion or pressure. And this is all blood-related stuff. So this, and we are looking at chymography, not chymograph. So if we have chymography, this is what I want to look at. The measuring and recording of variations in fluid pressure as blood pressure. The measure and recording of the angular oscillations of an aircraft. Sounds like this has a lot of different definitions to it. A chymograph with respect to an axis or axis flexed in space. Put it right there. Logography. A method of longhand reporting, each of several reporters in succession taking down a few words. A method of reporting spoken language in longhand, one using several reporters Taking down a few words in succession. Isn't that written or pictorial symbol intended to represent a whole word? That's shorthand, right? That's what shorthand is. Yeah. So this is going down because I prefer shorthand as the term. And that's the term everyone uses. So where should this go here then? We're going to put that above gynography. Okay. Lomography. Lomography is a style of pop photography based around the quirky cameras by the Austrian camera manufacturer known as Lomo. Often used to refer to the art of taking photos with analog cameras marketed by the lomography. Started out as a spontaneous artistic approach in photography in the Vienna underground. It's an experimental form of photography using film and old-fashioned analog cameras in contrast to the crisp images. This sounds like a fad. Let me look up holography. Come on. Holography. Alternate forms of writing a grapheme. Okay. I'm gonna put this right below holography. Ludography. A list of games that someone has worked on. So this is gigography, or I guess a better word, which we haven't come to yet, would be filmography. That's in the green right here. This is a filmography for games. It's better than gigography. Nobody cares about that. I will say, as far as ludography versus filmography, I get that there's a difference. I think filmography is ranked probably higher. Let me look at bibliography quick. List of books. Okay, that's different. Is ludography just games in general, or likely originating from the British Dyson board game? Yeah, so any game. I would say it's really hard to attribute some games to some people. Like, who invented Texas Hold'em? Who invented walking? Oh, they do know who invented Texas Hold'em. Okay. I stand corrected. Ludography. I gotta make a decision. I have to make a decision. oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I think ludography is going in B tier. I think it's good to know. I do. That might be counterintuitive to what I said about gigography, but I think ludography is more important. The representation of sign language in writing. Do you need that? Well, I mean, obviously some people do. Oh. Obsolete. Because there's no... You can just write. Right? I guess not everyone who's deaf and dumb know how to read. I'm sure it's harder to learn how to read if you can't hear, like if you were born deaf. But I feel like a lot of people do know how to read, though. It's just a general thing that people know these days. The definition of mammography in the dictionary is representative sign language and writing. I just... And maybe I'm ignorant because I don't personally know anyone who's deaf. But I'm going with it says it's obsolete, and I agree with it. I think it maybe had a use at one point, but I think it's pointless now. This is one of those where if you know that it should be in a different spot, let me know. Because I feel like I'm kind of looking at this one-sidedly, and I don't mean to. But I'm going to drop it honestly below cacography, unless someone can tell me that that's wrong. I will gladly move that one if that's the case. But for now, that's where it's gonna be. Monography, a detailed written study of a single specialized subject or an aspect of it. A series of monographs on music in late medieval and Renaissance. Okay. A detailed written study of a single specialized... So it can encompass anything. But it's also hyper-specific. Oh, I'm getting a message. A message. Okay, so let's see. This one... It's weird because it's general, but it's specific. So I don't know what to think about that. Ooh, boy. I hate that I'm dropping all of the words into this category. I shouldn't be. But at this point, I'm not ranking them into the tiers. I'm ranking them with each other, how they fare with each other, which I think is a better system. So just the fact that everything's being kind of pushed into here means a lot less. I need to come back to that one. Mammography. graphical representation of mathematical relationships extending to empirical relationships data, which are used by simply adding a straight edge across the plot through points on scales representing independent variables, which then crosses the corresponding. Yeah, that sucks. That goes there. That went bad. That one's bad. Let's go back to nomography. I can't... Oh, wait. Whoops. That one goes there. Monography is a detailed written study of a single specialized subject or an aspect of it. That one is going to go in B tier. Below ludography. Nosography. The systematic description of diseases. A description or classification of diseases. The systematic naming and description of diseases. Pathology, medicine, countable. I'm going to put that in there. Oenography. Oenography. Not oceanography. Oenography. That's what it's supposed to be, right? Yeah. Oenography. Writing about wine. I had to go through too many hoops to get to that definition. Writing about wine. That goes here. Okay, next. Oleography. The art or process of producing oleographic pictures. Well, that doesn't help much, does it? A chromolithograph printed on a cloth. Let's look up chromolithograph. A colored picture printed by lithography. This is not very helpful. Okay, the art or process of producing oleographic pictures. So let's just look up oleographic. A chromolithograph printed in oil colors to imitate the appearance of an oil painting. Okay, the pattern formed by a drop of oil spreading on water. Images. I could see how that could be useful. We're going to put that there. Ontography. Ontography. A description of or the branch of knowledge which deals with the human response to the natural environment. Physiography. The study of physical features of the earth. Okay, so that's different. The study of how living creatures react to the physiographic environment. The division of geography, which is concerned with the responses of organic beings to their physiographic surroundings or environment. This is another... This is like geography meets biology. Overrated and underrated. Optography is the process of viewing or retrieving an optogram, an image on the retina of the eye, a belief that the eye recorded the last image seen. The process of viewing or retrieving an optogram, an image on the retina or eye. A belief that the eye recorded the last image seen before death was widespread in the late 19th and 20th centuries and was a frequent plot device in fiction at the time, to the extent that police photographed the victim's eyes in several real-life murder investigations in case the theory was true. The concept has been repeatedly debunked as a forensic method. So it's kind of useless. It's kind of cool, but it's kind of useless. So this is another obsolete. No, I'm going to put it below mammography, because once again, I'm not sure about mammography. But optography, dead in the water. Oreography. Hopefully this is the study of Oreos. The study of mountains and mountain systems. The study of mountains and mountain systems. Where did I put that other mountain one? What was the other mountain one? I don't remember what it was. What's ecography? There's too many words. Not that one. Myography? I don't remember. Oh, that one's medical too. Oh my god, what was the other mountain one? Oh, I don't remember. Muography was X-ray one of big things. Yeah. This is not good. I don't remember. The study of mountain geography. Montology. We haven't even gotten to that yet. Have we? No, that would be in the greens. Is that on here? That's not on here. Is that on here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We might have a problem. Are you telling me this? They're missing a word? Myography and then museography. Yeah, montography's not on here. Is montography a word? Oh, that's montology. Oh, okay. We're fine. We're fine. We're not doing that one. I don't remember where I put the other mountain one. Oh, wait. Orography. Orography is right here. So what's the difference? The branch of physical geography dealing with mountains. The study of mountains and mountain systems. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put orography right here. I'm going to take orography. I'm going to drop it in word jail. It's close enough to a duplication, I think, where it warrants it. Oh my god. I have so much more I need to do. Pedography. The scientific description of soil types and their distribution. Podography. A device for taking an outline at the foot and an imprint of the sole. What do you need that for? I don't know what you need that for. Pyrography. Pyrography. The art or technique of decorating wood or leather by burning a design on the surface with a heated metallic point. This was the opposite of... This was the opposite of... There was that other one, which was relief etching or whatever. Relief etching. The process of relief etching is called doesn't matter. This is decorating wood or leather by burning a design on the surface of a heated metallic point. B tier. Renography. A radiographic visualization of the kidneys and ureters after administration of a radio-labeled substance. This is the same... this is in the same vein as gynography. Radiography. records the changes of electrical conductivity of the human body caused by blood flow and practically applicable to any part of the body. A method used to study the filling of a part of the body with blood by graphically recording the fluctuations in the resistance of the part of the body. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm so sick of all these medical words. Honestly, overrated and underhated. Ography. Also spelled skiography or skiography, is a branch of science of the perspective dealing with the projection of shadows. Branch of science of the perspective dealing with the projection of shadows. That seems a little unnecessary, doesn't it? Oh boy. Sinography. Method of investigation by means of which, with the aid of X-rays and X-ray opaque substance injected into the dural sinuses of the skull and obstruction of the circulation of the blood in the said sinuses or the jugular vein can be demonstrated. This was a really good idea. This was a really good idea. I'm actually kind of glad that I did it, if I'm being honest here. Sinography is a method of investigation by means of which, with the aid of X-rays and of X-ray opaque substance injected into the dural sinuses of the skull, an obstruction in the circulation of the blood in the said sinuses or the jugular vein can be demonstrated. Sonography. The analysis of sound using an instrument which produces a graphical representation of its component frequencies. I'm going to drop this into B tier. Tonography. Radiography of a tendon after contrast material has been injected into the tendon sheath. Honestly, anytime I see the word radiography, it's going down here. It's worse than renography even. Oh. Oh no, I typed it incorrectly. Theography. Theography. Writing about a god or gods. I definitely think it can be interesting, depending on how you do it. It could also be very boring. I know that's important to a lot of people. As far as, like, relevancy goes on words, that's probably pretty relevant in a lot of people's lives. So I think usability of it, not super high. You're more likely to use theology than theography. But the relevancy of it is so relevant that I think I'm going to keep it below geography. But like I said, it is so prevalent in society that I have to put it above geography. It can't be helped. It's so insanely big in so many people's lives. There's just no choice. Oh, that's tough. It's hard to uproot geography as the top ography. I'm going to keep geography higher because geography is actually a word that, to be fair, is used as is. Theography is not. Theography is not a widely used word. So I will keep it on topography, but I'm going to keep geography on top. I think it's fair. I got a renewed vigor now that I've put something else in the topography. The measuring and recording of the force and frequency of uterine contractions during labor using an instrument called a tachodynamometer. A tachodynamometer. The measuring and recording of the force and frequency of uterine contractions during labor. So I'm not super familiar with the birth cycle. Obviously, I know the general aspects of it, but I'm not into the nitty-gritty of it. Believe it or not, I don't sit here and study up on the processes of hospital birth. But if this is something that is used just generally for every birth, which I'm thinking it is, a procedure for recording contractions of the muscle of the womb during childbirth. I don't know why they wouldn't use it for everything. So this is a very important one, and it's used daily in every hospital. So I'm putting this above horography. Tomography. Now we're getting some good ones. A technique for displaying a representation of a cross-section through a human body or other solid object using X-rays or ultrasound. That could be very useful. Displaying a cross-section. I'm going to put that in B tier. Below duxography. Tonography. The procedure of recording measurements as of intraocular pressure. The procedure of recording measurements in the eye. Central observation of the drop in ocular tension that occurs during prolonged or sustained corneal application. I could see how it has its purpose. I'll put it in. I'm gonna put it in B tier. Bottom of B tier. Topography. The arrangement of the natural and artificial physical features of an area. I'm going to throw that. Why am I going down that far? I'm going to throw that right above orography. A detailed description or representation on a map of the natural and artificial features. No. No, I'm not going to throw that right above orography. This topography, I think, is very important. Topography is going up here. Tubography. Tubography? Not topography. Not seeing much. Not seeing much. Imaging via a tube. We're gonna go here on that one. Typography. The style and appearance of a printed matter. I mean, that's... I'm going to put that above neography. But that's like different fonts and stuff. Visography. Come on here. Radiography of blood vessels. Oh, you know what that means? Radiography of blood vessels. I'm going to put that above tonography, though. Venography. Venography. Radiography of a vein after... Okay. So that is going to go below. Visography. Webography. A list of websites that pertain to a given topic. Where did I put ludography? Where did I put ludography? Where did I put it? Huh. It is ludography, right? Ludography. Yeah. List of games. Where did I put it? There it is. B tier. Webography is less important than ludography. Oh, honestly, screw where that is. I'm gonna put this. It's more important than gigography, I think. Wherever I put that, that's what I should be looking at here. Where did I put gigography? That's toward the bottom. Right here. It's more important than gigography and tubography. That's not super. Xenography. The process of surgically transplanting organs or tissue between different species. The ability to write in a language which is the individual has not learned. So that's two different definitions of it. The process of surgically transplanting organs or tissue between different species. And the knowledge of a foreign language. And spiritualism writing in a language which is unknown to the writer. So it's got two different definitions. Both are kind of cool. I'm going to drop this. Without knowing any more about it. It's not that high, but it is a B tier, upper B tier. Xerography. Xerography. A dry copying process in which black or colored powder adheres to parts of a surface remaining electrically charged after being exposed to light from an image of the document to be copied. Oh. Why are you ranking words that ends in ography? It needs to be done. I'm sick of it not being done, so I'm going to rank them all. If I'm being a little honest, I thought this would go maybe a little bit faster. I'm, however many, an hour, 2 hours into this at this point? I don't even know. But, it needs to be done. I might split this up into a couple of streams because it's very long. But if that answers your question, it needs to be done. So we're going to keep going. Xerography, a dry copying process in which black or color powder adheres to parts of a surface remaining electrically charged after being exposed to light from an image of a document to be copied. So that would just be like Xerox printing and stuff like that. That's pretty useful. We're going to throw that upper B tier here. You think I'm almost done? Yeah, no, not even a little bit. So in case you're just joining in, there is 745 words that end in ography. I've taken out a couple because geography and geography are duplicates. Zoography and zoography, they're just spelled differently, but they mean the same thing. So I took out a couple of them. And then we have word jail, which is basically these mean the same thing as a different word. So there's been a couple more removed. But this page has about 550-ish words on it. And then we have a second page that has the remaining words on it to go through. And you know, I'm not gonna lie when I say that this is probably the dumbest thing I've ever done. I know, but that's all right. It happens. Something has to be the dumbest thing, right? And if this is it, well, that's not too bad. So xylography is the art of making woodcuts or wood engravings, especially by a relatively primitive technique. So that would be just wood carving with a knife. I'm going to drop that down. I guess whittling is kind of cool, but we're going to drop it around here in the overrated and underhated category. Okay, we're almost done with the 10-letter words. If you're trying to keep up, I color coded them based on how many letters they have. We're just about done with the 10-letter words. There's 62 of them, and then there's 109 11-letter words. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll do it for a little bit longer. But like I said, I might split this up into a couple of parts because between the 13 9-letter words, which, like I said, I took a couple of them out, and the 62 10-letter words, it's been about an hour and 40 minutes, so it's going to take me about 2 hours. So it'll take me another 2 hours to get the 11-letter words done. But that's all right. It's something that needs to be done, so we got to do it. So let's move on to the next one here. Xenography. The description or study of the planet Jupiter. Okay, so nobody cares about that. Like the red eye or whatever, the storm, is kind of cool to talk about sometimes. It's something that needs to be done. You get it. I know I have on here somewhere the Mars one. There's one that's the study of stuff on Mars. I don't remember which one that is. Ooh, the study of Mars. I can't remember what that one's called. Because the study of Jupiter is less cool than the study of Mars. What is the study of Mars called? Oh, here we go. It would be areography. I know it's on here somewhere. Areography, there we go. I already have that marked pretty low. Xenography. In all honesty, it's better than webography, but it's not good. Zymography. Modern usage of the term zymography has been adapted to define the study and cataloging of fermented products such as beer or wine. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I tried to let people know but when I started this. I said this is going to be a long stream. This is going to take a bit. Probably a bit longer than I thought. I said at the beginning that if it takes about a minute per word, that's about 12 hours for the stream. But I'm hoping it doesn't take that long. But in all honesty, the way I've been doing this, it is taking a long time. And it's because I'm not trying to goof or gaff around about this, you know? I want to make sure it's not only done, I want to make sure it's done properly. Because this is the definitive list. So I don't want people to be like, "Oh, he didn't even pay attention to what he was doing." No, I'm dead serious about this. If anyone wants to ever reference this is the definitive list, you know? And I am open to changes. If I get something wrong, that's fine. Let me know, and I can change it around because I do want it to be as accurate as possible. So I don't want my biases to take precedence over that. This is about the fermenting of beers and wines. Am I going to react to this stream for 2021's reaction video? I'll have to think about it, but hopefully not. If it's as long as I think it's going to be, I would rather not. But we'll see. Maybe I could do a separate thing about it. I don't know. I don't know. You're crazy that you're sitting here watching this. I wouldn't want to sit here and watch this. I don't want to sit here and do it. Oh, wait. Zymography and zymography are two different things. So I'm ranking zymography on accident. That was a good catch by me. We're going to put that, I guess, above isography because nobody cares about protractors. But zymography we need to find now. I'm not seeing it. Okay, what if we define zymography Do not include the word zymography. I'm not seeing anything. I don't... Reacting to every live stream on the channel, then you live stream that and start watching the stream midstream. Maybe. I mean, I'll keep these separate where because this is on my second channel, and then the main channel I'll do the reactions to the videos I post on the main channel, and then maybe I'll do live streams of me watching my live streams. That could work. So zymography, I'm not finding anything. We're gonna throw that in word jail. And we're gonna throw it at the bottom of word jail because this is the first word that I cannot find a definition for. So we're just gonna move on to that. We're not gonna hold on to that one forever. Zonography. We can get this done really quick. Zonography is a variation of linear tomography where a limited arc of movement is used. It is still used in some centers for visualizing the kidney during intravenous urography. Oh, urography we have in word jail because that means define urography. It just means another term for pylography, so there's no reason to have that. Apparently, urography is the more common word than pylography, so maybe we'll have to swap them out. But as of right now, we haven't gotten to pylography, so. Zonography is a form of tomography. Okay, what is tomography? Did we already go through? I think we already went through that one. Tomography, a technique for representing a cross-section through a human body. Yeah, we already did that one. A form of tomography with a relatively thick plane of focus, especially used in renal radiography. That's the butt. Where did I put tomography on here? Tomography. I put it way up here. Okay, so zonography is a more specific tomography. And if you haven't seen that, anytime I get a more specific version of another word, I kind of drop it down here because I don't care too much about that. I will throw that above gynography. Okay, adenography. So it's gonna start to get to the point where the full word doesn't fit on the picture all the time. I was just a little bit so the process that I did to do it, for some reason it didn't like change the size of it, and it wouldn't let me change the size of the fonting or anything like that. So it kind of just cuts off, and I was too lazy to try to find a different, because it was the quickest way to do it. So we're just gonna deal with it. We don't need the full word anyway. We know what it says. Adenography. I know that there's a Y at the end of that. Adenopathy is not what I meant. Adenography, the part or descriptive anatomy which treats of glands. Part or all of this entry has been important. Okay, let me see here. Adenography, the science of the description of glands. Nobody cares about the description of glands. So we're going to drop that. I hate putting so many things down in more like suckgraphy, LOL 420, ha ha ha. But that's just where things belong. Describing of glands. Honestly? That's worse than tubography. That's worse than tubography. A doxography. A doxography. Fine writing in praise of trivial or base subjects. Elegant or refined writing that addresses a trivial or base subject. Rhetorical praise of things of doubtful value. I'm not a big fan of that, and if we go to my kind of basic ranking system here, relevancy, not so much. Definition, not a fan. Pronounceability, not very good. Usability, not very user-friendly. You're not going to use that in a conversation. And just straight-up existence, I don't think it has any reason to exist. So we're going to throw it. It's going to go above optography, but there's not really any reason to have it. Amniography. Radiographic visualization of the outlines of the uterine cavity, placenta, and fetus after injection of a radiopaque substance in the amnion. Okay. So just in general, anything that's radiography, we're dropping down immediately, except for the word radiography. Because radiography in general is useful. But all these other very specific radiographic visualizations are unnecessary. So I'm going to throw this one... I'm going to give a rank up because it is important to see the uterine cavity, placenta, and fetus after injection. I feel like as far as like pregnancy goes and stuff like that. So we're going to bring it up a little bit, as I would normally bring it down a little bit more for being radiography, but I will tier it up to overrated and underhated. Anemography. Anemography. Recording anemometrical. Anemometrical. Recording anemometrical measurements. Measurement, measuring, mensuration, measure. The act or process of assigning numbers to phenomena according to a rule. Okay. The technique of recording wind measurements. The act or process of assigning numbers to phenomena according to a rule. So that would be temperature, wind speeds, humidity. We're assigning a number to help better understand the quality of it. So I think this is important. So this is going to go up. But as far as usability, as far as relevancy, very relevant. A lot of things have this phenomena attached to it. As far as usability, not very user-friendly. But we're gonna drop it below topography. So that is going to go up there. And geography, we've seen pop up in the definition of a couple of other things here. And geography. Examination by X-ray of blood or lymph vessels carried out after introduction of a radiopaque substance. Examination of X-ray of blood or lymph vessels. So I think this is another kind of important one. And just because I'm going to rank this up a little bit, just because of the amount that I've seen this in other words. Just X-rays in general are very, as far as ography goes, you're going to see a lot of X-ray stuff. So I'm going to bring this up to here. Anthography. Anthography. The description of flowers. Not impressed. Really nothing else to say about that. It's not terrible, but I'm not impressed. We'll throw that above myography. Aortography. So this is going to be about the heart. The heart. Aortography. Aortography definition is arteriography of the aorta. Uh-oh, I'm not liking its chances if it's using another ography in the definition. And arteriography uses radiography in the definition. So radiography is the general term, and then arteriography is the specific term, and then aortography is the specific term of arteriography. So we're going 3 tiers down on the specifics of it. You're going to be marked down a little bit. Arteriography is already going to be pretty low. So aortography, yeah, we're going down here. Sorry, bud. Astrography. Description of mapping of the heavens. Can you do that? Does that mean space? Or does that mean heaven? Because you can't do that. Let's see. The description of the fixed stars, the determination of the position. Okay, so it means space. I wish it would say that. The description of the fixed stars, the determination of the positions of the stars, specifically the use of an astrograph. That's just the definition of astronomy. A scientific analysis and mapping of the stars and planets. It's one of those things where there's the argument of we need to study it. It's very important to know, to understand space and everything like that. And then there's also the argument of doesn't matter. What's on Earth is what matters. Space doesn't matter. I think it's not the most important thing in the world, but I do think it is important. I'm going to throw it in upper B tier. Axonography. A procedure for recording electrical changes in axons. Okay, let me get a more specific definition of an axon, please. Axon is a company in the stock market. That is not what I wanted. Define axon. A long thread-like part of a nerve cell along which impulses are conducted from the cell body to other cells. Okay. And this is the procedure for recording electrical changes in that. So this is very specific. Can I pause the stream until you get back? I don't know how long you're going to take. I'm not going to pause the stream, but I can take a break and I can go grab something to eat. It'll only take me like a minute or two. But I can definitely do that. I was thinking about grabbing something anyway. I'm not going to pause it, but as long as you don't take too long, you should be fine. So I guess I'll be right back. Okay, I am back here. And you're back too. Perfect timing. Good job. Where was I? Procedure for recording electrical changes in axons. We're gonna put that there. Blogography. Blogography. What does blogography mean? The expression of self and presence in through writing in the blogosphere. So just blogging. I think blogging has its merits. I think the barrier to entry is very low, so just about anyone can do it. Right back into it. We gotta if we don't get right back into it, we're never gonna finish. Believe it or not, I don't want to be doing this. I don't want to torture myself, and I was like, I had the idea, and then I found out there was way more words than I thought that ended in ography. That's all right. I don't mind it. Blogography. We're gonna put in. We're gonna put it at the bottom of B tier because I think there are some really good blogs and stuff, and you can get good merit out of it, but there's also some really bad ones, and you don't really have any fact checking on them. So, bursography. I'm not seeing. It wants me to. This is always a red flag when it's saying, "Did you mean biography?" I've seen that one a lot, where Google just wants me to search for biography. I don't know what their obsession is with that. Positive contrast magnetic resonance bursography. The separation of the navicular bone from the DDFT and distal sesamoidian impar ligament. Okay, so I understood about 2 of those words. Let's see. Bursography. The diagnostic imaging of the bursa, which is, everyone knows what the bursa is. The bursa is a fluid-filled sac or sac-like cavity, especially one countering friction at a joint. Okay. So that's where you get that fluid when you like work out or whatever, that builds up in your joints, right? So it's a diagnostic imaging of that. I think that's pretty niche. I don't know that that's the most important thing in the world. We're gonna throw it right there. Are you the Breaking Colton person on dope_profile_pic on Instagram? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't go on Instagram too much. Let me pull up my... Let me... Give me 1 second. Give me a second. This is the reason why I'll never be able to finish. It's alright. Instagram. I don't even know the last time I was on Instagram. No, that's not me. And in all honesty, don't worry about following me on Instagram. I don't think I've used it in like 3 years. I don't know why I even have it downloaded on my phone. It's in my hidden apps because I never use it. All right. Calcography, not too impressed by it. Capnography. Measures exhaled breath by plotting the partial pressure of CO2 in wavelength form on an X and Y axis grid. Is this ever used for anything? Oh. I don't... You're not the person running the account, but are you the person he posted about once? I don't think so. I don't know who that is. Cool. Breaking Colton. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Breaking Colton. I know that one. I don't know why. Hang on. Yeah, now I know what you're talking about. I don't know what that profile on Instagram is. But, let me see if I can pull up. Hey, give me 1 second. That is me, yeah. Photos. Let me see if that... Right there. That's what you're talking about. All right, let's get back to it. We were looking at capnography. Capnography, not impressed. That's going down. We'll put that above gigography. I don't think anything. It's so hard to get below gigography. It's so bad. We're going to go with carnography next. Refers to excessive or extended scenes of carnage, violence, and gore in media such as film, literature, and images. Ooh. I think it has its place, for sure. But I do think it can be overused very easily. So carnography, I'm going to put an overrated and underhated. I'm going to put it right above demography, honestly. Yeah, because who cares about demographics? Cartography. This one I've got high hopes for. The science and practice of drawing maps. But what's the difference between cartography and topography? I think topography is more important than cartography, personally. So I do think cartography is important, and it is different than topography. But while topography is in pretty ography, I'm going to put cartography at the top end of B tier. So it's not much worse, but it is worse in my mind here. We got chemography. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Chemotherapy. That is not what I'm looking up. We are looking up chemography. An impression created on a medium by a chemical reaction. It's a pretty good gag, I guess. Whoa, the first bad take. What word specifically are you talking about? Because if you think I'm wrong about something, I'll gladly change it. This isn't about my personal opinion. This is a definitive list. So topography is utter trash compared to cartography. I can switch them. I'll switch them. I will switch them gladly. Because this isn't about my personal beliefs. This is about just trying to be as accurate as possible. So if I am wrong about something, I would gladly like to know so I can fix it. That way, this is as specific and normal and good as possible. But as far as chemography goes, I do think it's a good gag in like a science class or something like that. Oh, look at how this changes this color or something like that. But beyond that, I don't know. It has some merit in real world activity, but not much, I think. So I'm gonna put it in overrated and underhated, and we're gonna go just above ecography on that one. Historically, cartography has to be more important. Yeah, that's fair. You made a good point on that. That's why I was perfectly willing to change it. I didn't feel too strongly about that one, but you swayed me. You gave me enough information on there and you didn't even give me that much, but it was enough where I got where you're trying to go with that. I'm not too worried about it. As much as I've been saying I want this to be the definitive list, I've been doing this for about I think 2.5 hours at this point, maybe just 2 hours. I don't know, but we've got a ways to go. We've still got quite a few words left. So I don't want to spend too long dwelling. So that's where everyone else comes in, is that they need to tell me if I get something wrong. Chirography is handwriting, especially as distinct from typography. Honestly, typography I put down pretty low, and chirography is just a worse version of typography, because it's specifically handwriting. Typography is like more fonts and stuff like that. It's because this would cover like calligraphy and cursive and stuff like that. I'm going to put it just above neography here. Chorography. The systematic description and mapping of regions or districts. It's tough. It's always tough when things are so similar to other things. But as far as chorography goes, I'm gonna have to rank that down just a little bit, because as far as like cartography, and it's semi-related to topography here, goes, those are much more widely used words. Do all of these ographies have ographers in relation to them? It'd amaze me if carnographer is a job you can have. I can look it up. Carnographer. It doesn't look like it. Yeah. I think pornography and carnography share the feature of close, intimate physical contact, whether it be a caress or to attack. Yeah, so I would say you're more likely to find a job related to it if it ends in ology, not if it ends in ography. That is a personal opinion. I don't know if that is true or not. But where was I with chorography? It's noticeably worse than cartography and topography because it's not as usable as a word. You never hear about chorography. Nobody uses that in a sentence. I could see myself talking about cartography. Probably not very often, but I could see it coming up as a word that I would use. Whereas chorography, I would never use that. So just because of that, and because it's so similar to cartography, it is noticeably different. But it's kind of the same thing. So I'm going to throw it at the bottom of overrated and underrated. Calligraphy. A printmaking process introduced in 1955. Okay, so it's just printing stuff. Hop on balloons. That's probably not going to happen. I'm actually right in the middle of something. Not going to play balloons, believe it or not. If you want to play balloons, you can feel free to, but I'm not going to. No, we're not done with this yet. See, it's always a red flag, and I know I've said this before. We've got a couple new people in here now, but when Google's trying to correct me to a word that I didn't type, that means that the word probably isn't too impressive. It's a printmaking process. That's all it says. The word is derived from the Greek word meaning glue, meaning drawing. So glue drawing. Another material using either a printing press or various hand tools. So a collage. Custom balloonsography rating. Balloonsography, I guess, would go... It would either go upper B tier or lower pretty ography tier. Ralph Wiggum would approve of anything related to glue or paste. Balloonsography method. As far as Ralph Wiggum goes, he doesn't have a say in this. And I don't know that I would trust his say in this. So we're going to ignore him. But honestly, I'm not all too impressed by it. I do see that, like, a collage is a thing that exists. I don't know that it exists outside of a high school, but that's fine. So we're gonna go more like suckerfeet. We'll put it between ideography and cavography. Cosmography. The science that deals with the general features of the universe, including the Earth. The branches of cosmography include astronomy, geography, and geology. In general features of the universe, including the Earth. So it's just everything then? Cosmography is a general description of the universe. That's kind of dumb because that's so broad. Don't make Glenn Elps mad. He's definitely dead by now. Easy S tier. No.
Obviously not the case.
cosmography is bad. It's too general. I will put it above. I keep using isography as a bookmark here, but I gotta put it above isography because nobody cares about protractors. Cystography is an imaging test that can help diagnose problems in your bladder. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A diagnostic procedure that uses x-rays to examine the urinary bladder. I feel like this kind of goes with radiography. Let me get an exact definition of radiography. Radiography is the art and science of using radiation to provide images of the tissues, organs, bones, and vessels that comprise the human body. Yeah, so this is just a subset of radiography. I appreciate that they didn't use the word radiography in the definition of it. So for that, I will bump it up a little bit, but it's still pretty bottom tier here. We'll drop that right above chalcography. Lame. Not so. If you can give me more information as to why it's S tier, I will change it. Dermography, a condition in which pressure or friction on the skin gives rise to a transient raised, usually reddish mark so that a line trace on the skin becomes visible. Bad. Just bad. Lame. Desmography. Not domography. Desmography. Subsetographies are always worse. True. That is true. That's why I have a general rule that I've been going with. It started with gynography. And going all the way to tonography, I think. These are all subsets of radiography, so they're immediately dropped down towards the bottom. There are instances where a subset is better, but yeah, in general, a subsetography is going to be worse. Radiography, I'm not gonna lie, we haven't gotten to it yet. That's probably going towards the top. That's a good ography. That's a very useful ography. But just the subsets of them, like I don't care about looking up butt X-rays. You can just say it's the radiography of your anus. What? All right, we're still on desmography. A written work on the ligaments of the human body. A written work on the ligaments of the human body. A description of ligaments of the body. In general, describing, like, it's good to a point, but it's pretty lame, though. So we're going to throw it here. Like, I get why it exists, but I don't want to talk about it. Diplography. Double writing. The writing of something twice or in two forms. The art of writing double. Why would you do that? The machine by which this is accomplished. I don't understand. Have you done topography? Desmography sounds like it was pretty trendy when they had no knowledge about anatomy. Yeah. Most of these seem lost to time words. Yeah, that's why it seems really skewed, but like most of the words have ended up in this bottom tier, and then like it gets fewer as we go up near the top. And it's like I don't want to keep dropping them in this bottom tier, but I feel like that's the fair place for it. And then we have you done topography yet? Yeah, I have. Topography was right here between horography and anemography. But then we got to cartography. I initially put cartography in the B tier, but we have since swapped those because cartography we've determined is better than topography. And I would agree on that. Diplography, pretty dumb. I don't understand that. I don't know why that's on there. That's gonna go right above optography. Optography, I would be hard pressed to find something that is lower than that, because if you weren't here when I looked it up, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, but it's useless. So it's the process of viewing or retrieving an optogram, an image on the retina of the eye. A belief the eye recorded the last image seen before death was widespread in the late 19th and 20th centuries. It was a frequent plot device in fiction at the time, to the extent that police photographed the victim's eyes in several real-life murder investigations. In the case the theory was true, the concept has been repeatedly debunked and is a forensic method. So it's kind of cool, but it's absolutely useless as a word, and no one's ever going to do it. So that's why I'd be hard pressed to find something that goes lower than that. Discography. A descriptive catalog of musical recordings, particularly those of a particular performer or composer. So this goes in the vein of gigography, webography, ludography, filmography, which is just specifically about music. Like I said, I mentioned this before, I really don't care about music in the least, but this isn't about me. I'm trying to be as unbiased about it as possible, and I know that's hard to do. But discography, I would have to say, where did I put ludography? Where did I put... Discography is high tier. Yeah, discography, I'm trying to find... because I agree. I just want to... Here, I'm going to drop this actually down here. I'm trying to find where I put... Because webography, nobody cares about. So I put that one pretty low. Super useful. Yeah, I just want to get a general sense of where I put ludography. Okay. So ludography I put in B tier. Yeah, I think so. As far as the ographies that are like a list of like people's works and stuff like that, I would say discography and filmography are probably the two most important ones. I would say I'm going to put that above horography but below topography. If anyone thinks that needs to be moved higher or lower, let me know, because I'm totally willing to move that one. The next one was discography with a K, which I'm not sure is its own word. It is a medical term. Discography is radiography of the vertebral column after injection of radiopack. So this is the same definition of every radiography subset. It's right where it's supposed to be. Okay. That's good to know. I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying to be fair about where I'm dropping things. So it is a little bit harder with things I don't care about, but I'm trying as hard as I can to be fair about it. Discography is the vertebral column. Honestly, I'm going to drop that below venography. Ditography. A mistaken repetition of a letter, word, or phrase by a copyist. I don't know that net needs its own word. If I'm being fair, it's just called a typo these days. So this is, I would say this is pretty outdated. By a copyist, that says. Nobody... Who's doing that? You just copy and paste it. So this is going to go a little bit lower, but I think I'm going to drop it above the radiography stuff. Dromography is the comparative study of organization, history, geography, and logistics of local, regional, and global trade routes and other movement, transportation, and communication networks. In all honesty, like if you're in the industry and the industry is still around, it's probably pretty important. But if you're outside the industry, there's not really any reason to know it. The only thing I can even think of ever being taught anything about this is like the Africa Triangle trade route. Yeah. As far as relevancy now, probably not super high. Historical relevancy, yeah. But relevancy now, and I don't see that being a usable word, because that's one of my criteria too that I'm trying to judge on, is if it's a usable word. I'm gonna drop it a little bit lower. I'm gonna put it above gig off. You relate to this with the slave trade route. Odd take, but okay. Well, we're talking about trade routes specifically, and like that's the one that sticks out in my mind as like the only trade route I know. Like you have like the Suez Canal and stuff like that, which is still used today, but that's about it. Like what else is there? Nobody cares. Ductography is a procedure that uses X-rays to create pictures of milk ducts in the breast. Isn't that there's another word for that. Maybe not milk ducts specifically. I'm thinking of a mammogram. What is a mammogram? X-ray picture of the breast. So this is specifically of the milk ducts in the breast. The Silk Road. Oh yeah, that's fair. I guess I didn't think that far back. Anything to do with older China or Greece or Rome. But yeah, it's got historical significance. But as far as what was that? That was dromography. I'll move that up a little bit. pervy medical ographies go in the trash. Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna move this up just a smidge. Yeah, well, it's hard to say because I don't know whether or not this is actually important or not. Like, is this something that needs to be known? I don't. I've never had it done to me, so I don't know. But I would say, from a man's point of view, it's probably not super important. Good luck getting a correction on that. I don't. It might be the most important thing in the world, and I don't know, but I doubt it. I don't see that happening. I'm gonna actually drop that below the radiographies. It's just more X-ray stuff. There's just too much X-ray stuff. Ethnography. The scientific description of the customs of individual peoples and cultures. I would say it is important to an extent. It is, I'm going to say it's overrated and underhated. It does have to do with the men out there. Well, I didn't say that it couldn't. Maybe I did. I didn't mean it that way. What I meant to say is I've never had it done on me, so I don't have any experience with it. So if you are a man that lactates and you think it's more important, let me know. I'm not afraid to move it, but I think it's less important than a lot of these other things on here. Like blogography, that's pretty dang important. Where was I going to put this? Customs of peoples and cultures. I'm going to put this right here. Factography is a Soviet concept that came about in the 1920s and justified the communist foundation for storytelling. Okay, an element or cause that contributes to a result. So that's two different definitions. There's multiple different definitions here. An element or cause that contributes to a result, one or two or more integers or polynomials whose product is given integer or polynomial. Person who acts on another's behalf. Person to whom goods are consigned for sale. Oh, that's just factor. I don't care about that. Saying scientific description of peoples and cultures doesn't seem possible. I think cultural backgrounds and science don't really mesh well. It's easier to talk about it in a historical sense than it is in a present day sense, if you're going to talk about it that way. Also, this has to be S tier for how weird it is. I would like to get a full definition for it. A movement originating in the Soviet Union promoting the use of film and photography for documentary purposes by the working class. I don't... It might be weird, but that's not a reason to throw it at the top here. I'm trying to rank it on relevancy, definition, pronounceability, usability, and existence. So existence, just the fact that it exists, does boost it up a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. Usability, not very high. Pronounceability, it's pretty easy to pronounce. Definition, poor. It's hard to find. Hard to find the definition. Once you do find the definition, I guess it's fine. Relevancy, not very high. I'll throw it in B tier. I think that's fair. Yeah. Mid tier then. Yeah, that's... Yeah, you think it's odd that that's a thing, and trust me, I've seen that with a couple of words on here. It's definitely odd. It's definitely worse than topography. I'm gonna throw it below ludography. Fictography. I can just change that. Not pictograph. Fictography, a fictionalized biography. I think that, I mean, so in general, that's going to be for entertainment purposes. Probably mostly comedy. Where did I put biography? Biography is right there. I would say inherently this is worse than a biography. I think it does have its merits. But I'm gonna throw this in B tier. I'm gonna throw it right next to actually a little bit better than factography. I've made the decision. Filmography is gonna go pretty high. I think that's gonna go pretty near discography. A list of films by one director or actor or on one subject. Yeah. Where did I put discography? I would say this is more important than discography. And that's not me being musically or film biased, I think. I think that's fair. That filmography is more important than discography. Phlebography. Radiography of the veins. I feel like this isn't even the first one that I've seen radiography of the veins. Okay, flexography. Flexography. A rotary relief printing method using rubber or plastic plates and fluid inks or dyes for printing on fabrics and impervious materials such as plastics, as well as on paper. So this would be like a stamp. Stamping is pretty obsolete. Still used sometimes. So I would put it overrated and underhated. We're going to put it right below demography. Fontography. The design and study of fonts. Yeah, I'm pushing that below typography. Gameography. A list of games that somebody has worked on. That is the same definition as ludography. A curated list of games. List of games mentioned in a publication. Okay, so they are different. I think I misinterpreted ludography as gameography. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take gameography. I feel like I've spent more time looking for ludography on this list than anything else. It's up here. Isn't it? Yeah, okay, so it's in B tier. I'm going to take gameography and I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to take ludography and I'm actually going to move it down to, where is webography? Where did I put that? Where did I put webography? There it is. I'm going to put this right here. Okay. gypsography. Gypsography. I'm learning so much from this. So much that I'm going to use the art or practice of engraving on gypsum. I want to say this is probably useless. Blackboard, sidewalk chalk. So it's the art or practice of engraving on chalk. We're going to drop that a little bit lower, I think. It's going to be above the radiographies for sure. For sure. We'll throw it above gigography. Hagiography. The writing of the lives of saints. Give me 1 second. I will be... Okay, see, that wasn't too long. Hagiography. Adultery writing about another person. Biography that idealizes its subjects. So, by default, this relates to biography, which is up here. I don't think this is this tier. I would say this isn't even B tier. So, in general, I guess biography that idealizes its subject would be like some sort of propaganda. We're going to throw it down here. Haplography. The inadvertent omission of a repeated letter or letters in writing. I feel like we've seen, what was the one? Didography is the repeating of letters. Yeah. So this is the same. This is worse than didography. I mean, I guess. I don't know. They're basically the same thing. Hectography. A process for making copies of a letter from a prepared gelatin surface to which the original writing has been transferred. So before the printer was existent, this is what they would use to copy books. A machine for making copies of a writing or a drawing produced on a gelatin surface. That's pretty good. Obsolete, but good. I'm gonna drop it right here, just because it's no way anyone still uses that. Heliography. An early photographic process producing a photo engraving on a metal plate coated with an asphalt preparation. The word has also been used to refer to other phenomena for description of the sun. Process. Device for signaling by means of a movable mirror that reflects beams of light, especially sunlight, to a distance. The measurement of the duration and intensity of sunlight. So I'm getting a lot of different definitions here. So let's see what Wikipedia says. Photographic process, which he used. So Wikipedia wants us to use the photographic process. The word has also been used to refer to... Oh, okay. I don't like that it has multiple potential meanings. I'm going to put this here. Hierography. Descriptive writing on sacred subjects. A treatise on religion. Diagrams and the art of writing them. A treatise on religion or sacred things. I could see the historical importance of this. But descriptive writing on sacred subjects. I think I have to, just because whoever would be writing these would care so deeply about the thing that they're writing about in general. I think I have to put this in B tier because just relevancy and historical significance, I think, is important enough to boost it up. We're going to put that right under zoography. Animals are more important. Histography. Histography. Historiography. No, that is not what I typed. Description of bodily tissue. Okay. In general, description of stuff. Not impressed. Not impressed. I get why it exists, but it exists just because it essentially has a need to, I guess. Homeography. Homeography. We are looking for homeography, not homeopathy. There we go. In projective geometry, it's an isomorphism of projective spaces induced by an isomorphism of the vector spaces from which the projective spaces derive. It is a bijection that maps lines to lines and thus a collineation. In general, some collineations are not homographies, but the fundamental theorem of projective geometry asserts that it is not so in the case of real projective spaces of dimension at least 2. Synonyms include projectivity, projective transformation, and projective collineation. I understood all of that. So induced by the isomorphism of vector spaces from which the projective spaces derive. We're going to put that right there. Not impressed by how hard it was to find the definition for that one. Hylography. Art of writing or engraving on glass. Difficult to do, I think. If you know how to do it, it's probably not that hard. We're going to put it towards the top of this. Hydrography. The science of surveying and charting bodies of water. Water is water. Water is water. We don't really, there's nothing to map about that. I guess like lakes and rivers and stuff is good to know, but we got cartography for that. Although hydrography seems like a better version of oceanography, now that it mentions that. The branch of science that deals with the physical and biological properties and phenomena of the sea. So this is just a more specific hydrography, which is weird because I never hear anything about hydrography. It's always about oceanography if you're going to talk about that stuff. Where did I put that? I don't remember where I put that. Whatever. I don't know. Not important. We're going to move on. If I see it, I might move it up a little bit. But I'm not going to search it out. Hyetography. Graphical representation of the distribution of rainfall intensity over time. A map or chart showing the average rainfall for localities represented. I guess that's good, but not. It's not like overly good. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna actually, now that I see hydrography, I'm gonna move that there. I'm gonna move hydrography up just a bit here, and I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Hygrography. An instrument for recording automatically variations in atmospheric humidity. I think that's less important than the hyetography. So we're going to put that here. Hymnography. An exposition and bibliography of hymns. Not super impressed by that. I'm going to put that right where gigography is here. Hypso. The branch of geography concerned with the determination and mapping of the relative elevation of areas of land. We're going to throw that kind of down here. Iconography. A ground plan of a building or map of a region. A ground plan of a building or map of a region. Ground plan of a building. We'll throw that right there. Iconography. The visual images and symbols used in a work of art or the study or interpretation of these. I guess that's good. I like the iconography. If you're going to use it, I think it's good to use it. I really do. We'll throw that in B tier, above muography, of course. Lithography. The process of printing from a flat surface treated so as to repel the ink except where it's required for printing. It's an innovative way of printing. I'll give them that much. Macrography. A tendency to write unusually large. That's stupid. That's dumb. Micrography. Probably the same thing except small, right? It's not the same thing. But it's going in about the same spot. No, a little higher. This is another example of obsolete. We'll throw that right there. The description of objects in museums. That's all right, but okay. Myelography. X-ray imaging study that includes the injection of a contrast dye in the spinal canal. That's another radiography. Mythography. The representation of myths, especially in the plastic arts. The creation or collection of myths. I think myths are important, but maybe less so now than they used to be. We're going to go B tier with this one. Netnography. An online research method originating in ethnography is understanding social interaction in contemporary digital communications contexts. Understanding social interaction in contemporary digital communication. I think that's an interesting study for sure. So we'll throw it up here below factography. Neurography. The postulated formulation of neurograms, which are as everyone knows, the postulated modified neural structure resulting from activity and serving to retain whatever has been learned. Obviously. Everyone knows that. The postulated formation of neurograms. Oh boy, I don't know where this one would go. Not very high. Nyctography. Nyctography. It's written with a nyctograph and uses a system of dots and strokes, all based on a dot placed in the upper left corner. The form of shorthand writing. A device that allows a person to write in a form of shorthand. So, pretty low then, because shorthand is just a better word for it. Oculography. Ow. A method of recording eye position and eye movements. I don't know what you would need that for. So we will put that right there. Mammography. A technique using x-rays to diagnose and locate tumors of the breast. Mammogram. Mentioned that. Oilier. I think that's sorta important. We'll throw that in B tier. We'll put that right here. I think that's fair. Orthography. The conventional spelling system of a language. So just the alphabet. The art of writing words with the proper letters according to the standard usage. I guess I don't know what I do with this information here. We're going to drop this down. I mean, it's useful to a point. We'll go here. Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. There's a lot of words left. I am going to finish the green words, I think, and then I'll stop for the day, and then maybe do it again a different day. Not necessarily tomorrow, but a different day. Because I have other things that I want to do. as much as this needs to get done, I have other things that I would like to do with my day. The study of the structure and function of bones. The study of the structure and function of bones. That's worse than holograms. Paleography. Photography. The study of ancient writing systems and the deciphering and dating of historical manuscripts. I think it does have its place. I will throw it in B tier above iconography because it definitely has its place. Pelpography. Pelpography assesses the local mechanical properties of tissue using the deformation caused by the intraluminal pressure. The technique was validated in vitro using diseased human coronary and femoral arteries. Less important than the osteo. Still important. Still good. We're going to throw that above pictography. Pantography. An instrument for copying a drawing or plan on a different scale by a system of hinged and jointed rods. A jointed framework conveying a current to a train, streetcar, or other electric vehicle from overhead wires. Okay, so we got two separate definitions on this one. For copying a drawing on a different scale, a jointed framework conveying a current to a train. This, both of these are pretty good definitions for it. I don't really approve of a multiple definition word a lot of the time. But this one's pretty good. I'm going to throw this above xenography. Pathography. The study of the life of an individual or the history of a community with regards to the influence of a particular disease or psychological disorder. That one is fine. That one's fine. Petrography. Petrography. The branch of science concerned with the description and classifications of rocks, especially by microscopic study. Description and classification of rocks. So this is just geology then. Which is good to know. But it's not the most important thing in the world. There's definitely more important things than geology. But it is good. It is. I'm not trying to say that geography is useless. By no means. Philography, an apparatus with a transparent plane, as of glass or celluloid, on which to trace a facsimile of a view or object seen through an adjustable eyepiece. An academic discipline of all forms and styles of writing. Biography that focuses on a person's illness, misfortunes. Oh, that's pathography. An academic discipline. Well, the definition we get here is an apparatus with a transparent plate on which to trace a facsimile of a view. We are going to throw that right there. Phonography. Spelling based on pronunciation. A system of shorthand writing based on sound. Phonography is very useful. I'm going to put that up here. Photography. The art or practice of taking and processing photographs. I do think it's overrated, but I do think it's very important. I think photography might go up here. Just, it's gotten in the hands of everyone, and I think that's why I think it's a little overrated. But the sheer importance of photography cannot be overstated. Phytography. The branch of botany that is concerned with the detailed description of plants. Pictography. A pictorial symbol for a word or phrase. So this is just more pictographs. Put that there. Planography. Relating to or denoting a printing process in which the printing surface is flat. I guess we can put that right there. Plutography. Depiction, presentation, or coverage of the rich, particularly the lifestyles they enjoy. Bad. Bad. Near the bottom. Just above macrograph. I'm going to look up this next one off screen because I don't know what will come up. I'm sure Safe Search is on, but I'm not risking that. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Okay, I can bring it back. We're safe. Printed or visual material containing the explicit description or display of sexual organs or activity intended to stimulate erotic rather than aesthetic or emotional feelings. Here's the deal. I think I am between bottom of B tier on this one and overrated, underhated on this one. Because I think that it's just not very beneficial just as a whole. And I think it causes more problems than it could possibly fix. So I'm going to put it here. And this is another one where I'm totally open to move it if anyone ever thinks it needs to be moved. Pornography is B tier. I can is that fine? Like it's one of those things where I could see why people would want it to be higher, but I also don't want to put it too high. You know what I mean? Because it's not super beneficial just as a whole. It is very common. You're right. That's a good point on that one. I'll move it up even a little bit more here. I'm keeping it in B tier. But I'll put it above mammography. Just because of how prevalent it is in society. X-ray visualization of the portable circulation using radiopaque material introduced into the spleen or into the portal vein. Not impressed by that one. We're going to drop that down here. That's just another radiography one. Pterography. The branch of science concerned with the description and classification of rocks, especially by microscopic. That's petrography. No, we want pterography. The description of feathers. Why? I don't understand. I don't get the point of that one. What is there to describe? How soft it is? How big it is? How ruffled they are? That one's pretty low. That one's going down here. Pylography. An X-ray technique for producing image in the renal pelvis and urinary tract by the introduction of a radiopaque fluid. So this is another... God, I hate these. These aren't impressive. They're not impressive to me. Okay, here's the big boy. Radiography. This is where it all stems from. This is what's causing all of our problems with all these dumb little things. The process or occupation of taking radiographs to assist in medical examination, and a radiograph is some sort of X-ray. An image produced on a sensitive plate or film by X-rays, gamma rays, or similar radiation, typically used in medical examination. So radiography is an upper tier one, for sure. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it next to photography. I think it deserves it. As much as I hate all of the radiography words, I think it deserves it. Reprography. The science and practice of copying and reproducing documents. We've gotten a couple of these. They're good, but obsolete. Retrography. Mirror writing, a symptom of certain brain diseases. What is mirror writing? The art of writing backwards. I mean, it's not super relevant, but it's kind of interesting. For that, I will push it up to B tier, but it's not super important. It doesn't sound like. It's just a symptom of certain brain diseases. Persons with dyslexia. Okay. Retography. The evocation of imagery in a text narrative. I think this is important. I really do. I think this one needs to go in here at the top. Obviously it's not up here anywhere. But I would say I'll drop it in here somewhere. I'm going to put it above angiography. Because I think this is extremely important. It could be at the top if it was... Because, let's be honest, how often do you hear people talk about rotography. Not very often. So it would be very hard for me to push that up another tier. I think it's important, but not important enough to go past my values. The depiction of trivial everyday things. We'll throw it upper overrated and underrated. Rollography. Okay, this is not looking too good about the definition of this one. We'll see what we can get here. Rollography. A selective list of piano roll titles that share a similar characteristic, such as the same genre, the same composer, and the same. What is a piano roll? A perforated roll of paper containing encoded music to be played on a pianola. Oh, okay. Pianolas are, I think, underused. I think they should be used more. I think they're cool. And nobody, you only see them ever in saloons in Old West movies. Piano equipped to be played automatically by using a piano roll. So this is a selective list of piano roll titles that share the same genre, composer, artist. Okay. So a rollography is a filmography for piano roll titles. So as much as I'm impressed with the pianola, I'm not super impressed by the rollography. Where's webography? It's on here somewhere, because this is going to go below that, I think. We're going to go right above tubography with that one. Scanography. Scanography. More commonly referred to as scanner photography, is the process of capturing digitalized images or objects for the purpose of creating printable art using a flatbed photo scanner. That is good, but not the best. We're going to go B tier on that one. We're going to put that right below mammography. Scenography. Scenography. The design and painting of theatrical scenery. I don't ever go to the theater, so I don't know how important this is. I'm sure it's pretty important in the theater world. So I'm gonna bump it up a little bit. Because I'm trying to say, as far as my life, just about one of the least important things. We're gonna put it here, because I'm trying not to be biased about it. I'm trying to think of how it affects in a theater experience, and I think that without the scenery, while you could still have the play or whatever, the musical or whatever's going on, I think it doesn't have the same effect if you don't have the scenery. Scatography is an impression made on a photographic plate by a radioactive substance without the intervention of an opaque object other than the screen of the plate. An impression made on a photographic plate by a radioactive substance is that where X-rays get the visual obsolete? It says. I want to say this is, and I might be interpreting it wrong, but like when you think of an X-ray, like of a hand, you have the bones of the hand. I think the bones were scotographed onto the page. It is obsolete, so that's going to lower it a little bit. But if it is what I'm thinking it is, it's going to go up here. Semiography. A semiography is a description of the signs of disease. I'm not a big fan of the description ones because, like I said, I've said it a couple of times. It's important for the word to exist, but nobody's going to use it for any reason. This is going to get points for points on the downside for pronunciation. Is a radiographic examination of the salivary glands. Okay, so hear me out on this one. Hard to pronounce. Never going to be used. Subset of radiography, which I absolutely despise. And on top of that, it's a subset of radiography specifically for the salivary glands. Yeah, this sucks. Like, we're going down here. I don't like that one. That one's bad. Snobogram. Snobography. What am I doing? Sonography. No. We're on snobography. In British English, an account or description of snobs. Is this a word that's ever been used for any reason? Humorous. That's why it exists, is to be humorous. Snobography. It's not very useful. If I'm being completely honest, it's not very useful. It's funny, but it's not useful. Sociography. A branch of sociology that concentrates on the descriptive analysis of social groups. I think it has its place, but not here. Softography. A comprehensive list of the software made by a particular software engineer or organization, usually appearing on a resume, curriculum vitae, or website. A comprehensive list. Okay, so this is another comprehensive list. So this goes in the same category of filmography, ludography, gameography, webography. This is less important to me than webography. Is it? No, it's a little more important than webography. Somnography. Not polysomnography. Minus polysomnography. We'll get to that later. An image produced by ultrasound. Okay. So I've marked a couple of things down in the past for basically meaning ultrasound, because you can just use the word ultrasound. This is a little bit different because this is the image that you get from the ultrasound, which I think is important. However, I think it kind of all comes together as part of an ultrasound. So we're going to drop it towards the bottom of B tier. Spirography. An instrument for recording breathing movements. I could see its place, but you don't hear about that ever. Only in a medical field would anyone ever talk about that. The practice of chiseling commemorative inscriptions in pillars, tablets, and stela. Any inscription so done. In general, any inscription stuff is not super great. Stenography, however, that's a good one. The action or process of writing in shorthand or taking dictation. Okay, so here's my thought on this. When I looked it up, and this is why I specifically am looking up all of them, even if I know the definition, is because my thought immediately went to a stenographer, which mostly is like in a courtroom or something like that, and they have an important job to make sure nothing gets misconstrued. But stenography is the thing that the stenographer uses, which is the action or process of writing in shorthand or taking dictation, which I think inherently is less important. I think the job itself is important, but I think stenography, if that makes any sense, but stenography is less important than a stenographer, because it's weird. I'm going to mark stenography up to overrated and underhated, and it's going to go towards the top here. But that's why I'm putting it there. It's a little convoluted, but hey, you know, not everything can be in the right position. As much as I hate to admit that, I don't think everything can be put in the right position, which is why I'm okay with moving things, because this is the definitive list, you know? So I want things to be as close as possible. Nothing can be perfect, but stylography is a mode of writing or tracing lines by means of a style or similar instrument. So that's just using a stencil, is what it sounds like. We're going to put that right there. Uranography. The branch of astronomy concerned with describing and mapping the heavens, which I guess just means space, right? Stars. Archaic. There was another word about this. I don't remember what the word was. Oh, it's unfair to... Was it this one? No. Oh, I don't remember. Astrography? Not astrography. I can't think of it. I don't know. I'm going to come back to that one in a second here. Variography. In the case of a concrete example from the field of gold mining, variography is the analysis of spatial variability of grade within a region. Some deposit types, gold, have high spatial variability. I think if you're going to go mining, it's important to have a knowledge of variography. That way you don't die, cause the cave to collapse. Vectography. Type of stereoscopic print or transparency viewed by using the polarized 3D glasses, most commonly associated with projecting 3D motion. A picture composed of two superimposed... Oh, okay. So that's the red-blue 3D glasses where they had to do a red version of the movie, a blue version of the movie, and then the glasses, where you would see it out of each eye, and it would make it look 3D. I think that's good. I think it kind of disappeared and it went away. So what's the plan after you're done ranking every word ending in ography? Hopefully never do it again. I don't know. Haven't thought about it. If I'm being honest, this is a lot of work. I guess after everything is all done and everything is all ranked, I'd like to kind of compress it down a little bit. There's no way to compress it down to like a 5-minute video, but maybe like a 35 or 40-minute video or something. I don't know. But I guess move on. Rank every word. How many words are there? More than 1 million total words. So maybe not. I guess I'll think about it, but probably not. This is already, I mean, I've gone through about, what, 200 words so far? So I have 500 more that I need to do. And if I had to do 1 million more, I mean, it's been hours that I've been doing this. It's been literal hours. So I don't know. I very commonly, let me keep going with this while I'm talking. I very commonly give myself way too complicated things to do. I have this big grandiose sense of self of like, oh, I can do the biggest thing in the world and it won't affect me. And then I start doing it. And it's really hard to commit to it. That's why I'm doing this live, is because it makes it easier for me to not, I guess, uncommit to it. I say that, but I've already said, I said it like maybe 25 minutes ago or something, that after the green ones are done, I might be done with stream for today, and then I'll finish it off another day. There's just, I mean, there is so many words left, and this is on the one tab. I haven't even gone to the other tab yet. And I just... I have other things that I want to do today. I knew this was going to take a while, but I thought it would be faster. It would be funny. I mean, yeah, maybe if I got paid enough money or I didn't need a job, I could just do that for the rest of my life. I'd be okay with that. Measure, record vibrations. That's going to go above oculography. Videography. You know, it's funny because I made the second channel as essentially a way to, if I had a video or idea or something like that that I thought was all right, but I didn't want to post it on my main channel. The whole idea of this second channel is it's kind of videos that take less work. Like the other video I have posted, it was literally just me talking to a camera and playing games, and then just a basic edit down of it. This is just a live stream, so it's not super work intensive, but it's more work than I feel like I put into a lot of my other stuff. Some of my other stuff I put some work into it, but this is just how long it's taking to live stream it. It's going to take forever. And I'm going to have to do multiple streams on multiple days, apparently. And the amount of time it took I had to type all of these out. and download all of these. So I've already gone through this entire list. I haven't looked up the definitions and stuff, but I've gone through and typed the entire list. So that took a while. How many streams do you think this will take? That's a good question. If I do as many as I did now, so if I do, give or take 200 a stream, that would be 4 streams. Three longer ones, and then one that's about half as long. It's one of those things. Maybe I'll just, I don't know. It's one of those things where I would just want to get it done. That way I don't have to worry about constantly coming back to stream it. But there's also not so much an appeal to having a 12-hour stream either. At least not on my side of it. Maybe it doesn't matter for someone else if they're coming back later to watch it. You can kind of just cut it up and watch it as you want. But on my side of it, I mean, I have places I need to, not really, but I've just been sitting here staring at a screen long enough where I want to move and do something else. Videography refers to the process of capturing moving images on electronic media. I mean, this is how we get movies. Whereas commercial motion... Okay, so cinematography is different. Videography is how I do my YouTube. So I think videography is good. I think it's not as good as photography. It's a step in the right direction. It's not as good as it's not a topography, I don't think. It's very hard to get up in the topographies. But okay, so I'm thinking this might be weird, but I'm going to put this here, and then where are we at right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Cinematography. I'm going to go ahead and drop this right now. up here before I even look it up. I know it's weird that I'm skipping, but the art of making motion pictures, yeah. Cinematography is just really good. I think it's really important. So that's going straight to the top. It's worth skipping probably like 300 words to get to it. Not that many. But, all right. Where are we at here? Zincography. All right, let's just do uranography while we're here. The branch of astronomy concerned with describing and mapping the heavens. We're going to put that here. And then we'll do zincography as the last one, I think. Planographic printing process that used zinc plates. This is another printing thing. There's so many different printing processes. But using zinc? That's going to go a little bit lower, I think. I think that the zinc is going to go lower. Okay. I think, or should I say I zinc, that I'm going to call it on this one. Let me get a slow pan down here. Just in case something, God forbid, happens where I lose this, I can redo it without having to watch my entire stream. I don't think that'll happen, but better safe than sorry. If it did happen, it would take me like 40 minutes just to replace everything. Had fun? Well, I'm glad you had fun, because I didn't. It was a little bit of fun. I like looking at the... It's fun to... it's a weird way to learn. You definitely learn some stuff looking at it, where obviously I'm not going to remember all of these, but you might learn a couple of new words, and you learn how many different types of radiographs there are and stuff like that. So as odd as it is, this is a little bit educational. So I hope everyone learned a little bit of something, because I did. And is that really the point of this? No. I don't know what the point of it is, but we're going to do it. Because, like I said before, it needs to be done. And is it one of the dumbest things I've ever done? Yeah, it's up there for sure. But better this than something else. Something worse. At least this isn't going to negatively affect me. I might have nightmares about aortography, but that's about it. So I don't know if I'm going to stream it tomorrow or not, but I will be back at some point to finish this. If not, hold me to it. Someone needs to hold me to it to make sure that I do it, because it needs to be done. So if it's been like a month and you haven't seen anything, yell at me. But otherwise, I am going to end the stream now. So thank you for watching. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.